Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Universitas Brawijaya had proclaimed as entrepreneurial university, who first set in the strategic plan Brawijaya University in 2006. To become into entrepreneurial university, Universitas Brawijaya have to reform 3 strategic issues in the field of autonomy, national competitiveness, and health organization. That basic become the foundation of any research that is implemented to have usefulness, so the science and technology resulting from research activities can be developed into a new business unit in the community. As entrepreneurial university, Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University has dynamically developed, supporting the vision of Universitas Brawijaya. Faculty of Administration Brawijaya University for more than half century has been the best trustable administrative education institution to graduate with the best bachelor degree in the field of administrative science.
Dengan visi menjadikan FIA sebagai lembaga ilmu administrasi yang bermutu dan diakui oleh khalayak luas, baik di dalam maupun di luar negeri, kami akan selalu meningkatkan kualitas dan kinerja pendidikan yang berbasis pada nilai-nilai tata kelola kewirausahaan. Di dalam pengembangan pendidikan, kami juga didukung dengan adanya tenaga pendidik yang mumpuni dan ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, memiliki latar belakang pendidikan dari dalam maupun luar negeri, atau tenaga pendidik di FIA UB juga tak jarang merupakan praktisi profesional sesuai dengan bidang keilmuannya. Mereka adalah orang-orang yang memiliki dedikasi tinggi untuk menghasilkan SDM yang ahli di bidang ilmu administrasi, sehingga mampu berkontribusi demi kemajuan bangsa ini.
FIA UB membuka berbagai ruang-ruang keilmuan di bidang ilmu administrasi. Di antaranya adalah ilmu administrasi publik dan ilmu administrasi bisnis. Keduanya memiliki sub-sub keilmuan yang membentuk beberapa program pendidikan yang telah mencetak lulusan-lulusan yang kompeten dan kredibel di bidang keilmuan masing-masing. Melalui evaluasi dan juga peningkatan mutu yang terus-menerus dilakukan, FIA UB diharapkan selalu menjadi lembaga pendidikan ilmu administrasi yang berkualitas dan dipercaya oleh masyarakat luas.
Tata kelola keuangan dan sumber daya di Fakultas Ilmu Administrasi Universitas Brawijaya dilaksanakan secara terstruktur dengan menjadikan data sebagai landasan pengalokasian kebutuhan yang mendukung terselenggaranya proses pendidikan yang optimal.
Di samping mahasiswa dipersiapkan sebagai insan akademis yang menguasai dengan baik pembelajaran di kelasnya terhadap teori-teori yang diberikan para dosen, kami juga melakukan pengembangan karakter atas minat bakat yang dipunyai oleh mahasiswa.
It is my dream to complete my study in the administrative field. Faculty of Administrative Science, University of Brawijaya has become my third choice. In addition to the quality and good learning experience, graduate output has high employment opportunities to compete globally.
The learning activities are delivered creatively and innovatively by the lecturers, so students can get real learning experience to provide their close-up picture of professional work. And I think this experience really helps students to shape their attitudes as the main factors in the world of work.
Excellencies, distinguished guest participant, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. We are delighted to welcome you to the International Conference of AICOBPA 2022, an annual program held by the Faculty of Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. I, Aditya Cahaya Prawita Wulan, will be the Master of Ceremony for today, which we respect Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya, along with the officials and staff, respected speakers from all over the countries, professor, lecturers, and speakers of Faculty of Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya, students, and general participants from across the countries. AICOBPA, or Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration 2022, aims to discuss the issue of current life condition seen from the perspective of business and public policy. For this year AICOBPA, the theme we will bring up is Reshaping Resilient Society in the Post-Pandemic through Economic Improvement and Governance. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me first to read the agenda for today. The first agenda is the opening session, followed by a praying section, and then we'll listen to the Indonesian National Anthem, and after that, we'll hear the welcoming remarks to officially open the conference. And into the main session, we'll have the opening parallel session and introduction of the speakers that will be followed right after with the discussion and/or question and answer session. And then we'll have the conference that will also be followed with a question and answer session. And last, the closing session. Without further ado, let's start with the praying section first, led by Mr. Aulia Lukman Aziz, MPD. To Pak Lukman, the time and place is all yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Allahumma aftah lana hikmataka wanshur alayna rahmataka min khazaini rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Ya Allah, Ya Rabbana, we glorify and thank Thee your name. You have showered us with so much blessings, and your presence continuously remind us of your faithfulness and guidance. Ya Allah, we pray that you bless all the committees of AICOBPA 2022, that they are able to fulfill their tasks responsibly, that the objectives they have set may all be achieved. Establish the work of our hands and bring to fulfillment all that you have given us to do in these days. We pray that you will make our way purposeful and our footsteps firm out of your goodness and love. Give us a heart of wisdom to hear your voice and make us strong by your huge favor and grace. Ya Allah, make us a living witnesses of your genuine love through the enactment of the knowledge acquired through this international conference. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Wa sallallahu ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali Sayyidina Muhammad walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Pak Lukman. Next agenda, we listen to the Indonesian National Anthem, and all participants are expected to be conducive throughout the song.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Professor Widodo, PhD, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Science, Associate Professor Andi Fefta Wijaya, Vice Deans of Faculty of Administrative Science and the Deans at Universitas Brawijaya, and our keynote speakers, Mr. Indra Darmawan, Deputy of Investment Planning, Ministry of Investment, Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, Republic of Indonesia, and our plenary speakers, colleagues, and participants. First of all, let us praise to the Almighty Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given mercy and blessing until we can attend and organize today's agenda well. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is such a pleasure and great honor for me to welcome you to the 5th AICOBPA on behalf of the organizer. So let me start by giving a warm welcome and the most sincere thanks for the attendance and contribution to attendees in this virtual ceremony as the founder of the initiation of this event. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, in this post-COVID-19 period, challenges for almost every country in the world are marked by a decline in health and welfare. This period can be challenging as it creates an urgent need to address effort to prevent, recover, reconstruct the underlying disease. In this sense, creating a resilient society in the post-disease era requires a focus on the economy and governance to create lasting change in society. During this period, strategy should focus on economics and management to create lasting change. Therefore, perhaps with almost the same themes as last year, this year event will have the theme reshaping resilient society in the post-pandemic through economic improvement and governance. With this theme, we believe that agility, creativity, adaptability, governance, and economic restructuring are both keywords because government, business, and academia must be able to explore possibilities to overcome various situations that must be faced, as well as the current post-pandemic situation. In connection with the theme of the conference, we would like to inform all attendees that for all cooperation, contribution, and assistance of all parties, and for this year, conference will involve 83 manuscripts and 8 different nationalities. We do hope that this diversity of collaboration and elaboration in the focus on business and public administration domains will conclude important responses to the main issue that will be discussed and make positive contribution that either directly and indirectly can have a good impact on the wider community. Honorable audience, as the chairperson of the committee, I would like to express my gratitude and thank all committee members who have dedicated all their energy, time, staff to contributing and organizing the success of this conference. Once again, I would like to give a warm welcome to all of you at the 5th AICOBPA 2022, and thank you very much for attending this event. Up to here, I close my speech. If there are any mistake in the words and accent, apologies and thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I will hand it over to our MC.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening. The Honorable Rector of Universitas Brawijaya, Prof. Widodo MSI, PhD, Med SG, Chairperson of the 5th Annual International Conference on Public and Business Administration, Dr. Igede Eko Putra Sri Sentanu MAP, all the deans in Universitas Brawijaya, all the vice deans of Administrative Science faculty, all of the Civitas Academica at Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, all the keynote speakers and plenary speakers, all the presenters and participants, all of the committee in the 5th AICOBPA 2022. We are pleased to welcome you to the 5th Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration 2022. Congratulations to all presenters whose papers have been selected in this conference. Like the previous AICOBPA conference, this year conference has also attracted numerous participants from all over the world. It is our honor to welcome all the keynote and plenary speakers who have come here to share their valuable knowledge and extensive experience. Mr. Indra Darmawan as the keynote speakers, Deputy of Investment Planning Minister of Investment, Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board, Republic of Indonesia. Dr. Gabriel Baji as the first speaker at day one from University of the Gambia, Republic of Gambia. And Ibu Wike DPA as the third speaker at the day one from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Since 2018, the annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration has been conducted. The conference had invited scientists, practitioners to contribute their ideas, findings, and recommendations to solve a problem in the area of business and public administration. Here is the timeline of AICOBPA. The first AICOBPA theme in 2018 was the challenge and prospect of business and public administration in the Industry 4.0. And the theme of the second AICOBPA in 2018 was the advancing business and public administration in the age of innovation, priorities, risks, and opportunities. And then the third conference theme in 2020 was governing risks and uncertainty for public and business administration in the new normal. And the fourth conference theme in 2001 was synergizing public and private sectors to accelerate socio-economic recovery from the pandemic. And this 5 AICOBPA, the panel discussion theme is reshaping resilient society in the post-pandemic through economic improvement and governance. We hope that this conference can be a showcase of the current development of public and business administration and provide further insights in the following areas. First, in today's disruption era, the capability to adapt the ever-changing public administration environment becomes very critical. It needs to have agile governance to foster socio-economic recovery from pandemic in perspective of agile governance. Agile governance is concerned about the fastest way in achieving the most valuable vision and mission, and agile focuses on governance and how to manage program and project risk effectively. Agile governance follows the principle work completeness, performance achievement, collaboration, and helix teamwork as the pentahelix or multi-helix governance. It is relevant with the tagline of our Dies Natalis faculty in the 62, yeah. So we already 62 years, called FIA SAE. SAE, it means strong, yeah, agile and enthusiastic. And the second, the best practice is related to economic environment and governance arrangement in handling pandemic experience is necessary. More researchers to better understanding the strength and weaknesses of various best practices in handling the post-pandemic is the required and especially the suitability of different best practices in the particular situational context. To close my speech here, I thank to the committee who have organized the events and all parties who have contributed to this event. We are sure that you will have a fruitful and rewarding exchange in this conference, and we wish you every success with this prestigious conference. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Via saya.
Thank you, Pak Andi. Next on, let's we all listen to the Rector of Universitas Brawijaya to officially open the conference. To Professor Widodo SSE, MSE, PhD, Medical Science, the place and time is all yours.
Thank you for the time. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good morning, good afternoon, and also good evenings. On behalf of Universitas Brawijaya and organizing committee, I would like to extend my warmest welcome to all of delegates of the first annual International Conference on Public and Business Administrations, which is held by the Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya. Specifically, I would like to express my deepest appreciation to all of keynote speakers and plenary speakers, and especially the Excellencies Mr. Indra Darmawan, Deputy of Investment Planning, Ministry of Investments, Indonesian Investment Coordinating Board, Republic of Indonesia, and Dr. Gabriel Badji from University of the Gambia, Republic of Gambia, and Ibu Wike, DPE from Universitas Brawijaya, Indonesia. Also, I would like thanks to all of the committee and Dean of the Administration Science Faculty, Bapak Andi Pevta Wijaya, and all of the Vice Deans, Chairperson of this international conference, Bapak Dr. IGD Eko Putra Sri Sentanu, all of the Civitas Academica of the Faculty of Administrative Science, Universitas Brawijaya, and all of the presenter and participant of the seminar. Thanks for the active participations for joining the 5th Annual International Conference on Public and Business Administrations, which is held by the Faculty of Administrative Science, Brawijaya University. It is such a great event for sharing and caring about the current issue that everyone facing right now, and university fully support of this event. Therefore, it takes rule for providing advice for the better world. This international conference has linkage with Universitas Brawijaya visions, becoming an outstanding world-class university and able to take active part in national development through education, research, and community services. One of the ways to live the vision is to develop science, technology, and art in order to support culture development through international seminar and conference. University has responsibility to capture the issues and create the solution for the society as national and globals. As the citizen globals, the university has been strengthened to make cooperation with domestic and foreign university. There have been many cooperation, I think, that conducted already is related to the Tridharma of the higher educations and other fields, and the cooperation are spread from the Asian, Europeans, Africa, and also America and Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, due to this post-pandemic era, Universitas Brawijaya still adapt in every aspect, both in academic and non-academic activity. As part of our adaptations in academic activity, we have arranged any possibility activity like conference, like teaching learning process to adapt in global COVID-19 post-pandemic. This international conference also provides a platform where national and international academia and researchers, policymakers, and stakeholders to translate administrative science, exchange ideas, and help stimulate international collaborations. Also to enrich our insight and knowledge. In addition, collaboration between Universitas Brawijaya and other universities both from Indonesia and overseas can be continued. Through this moment and anticipate the fruitful activity today, officially I open the 5th Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration 2022 with the themes Reshaping Resilient Society in the Post-Pandemic Through Economy Improvement and Governance. I wish you all enjoy talk and conference. Thank you so much. Billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So sorry, I think there's some internet connection problem in the committee. So please wait a while.
Okay, sorry for the delay and inconvenience. Thank you, Pak Widodo. Before we jump into the main seminar, I would love to welcome our speakers. First, there's Pak Indra Dermawan, the Chairman of Indonesia Investment Coordinating Board. And then there's Dr. Gabriel Baje from Republic of Gambia. Then there's Dr. Chris Sakal Somsaman from CMU. And then there's Dr. Wika Esos, MSI from Universitas Brawijaya. And for the second day, there's Dr. Ani Rahimah, SAB, MAB, PhD. Then there's Associate Professor Hadrian J. Jajadikerta from Australia. And then Professor Mahmet Hussein from Turkey. And last but not least, Bapak Agung Nugroho Lutfi Imam, PhD. So the main seminar, it will be moderated by Dr. Tri Yumarni, MSI, who's a lecturer of Faculty of Administrative Science of Universitas Brawijaya. To Ibu Tri, the time and place is all yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Is my voice can be heard from there? Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, the invited guests, the speakers, and all the participants of this 5th Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration Program. Thank you very much for joining this first session on the conference today. Okay, my name is Tri Yumarni, and I will be the moderator for this first session of this conference this morning. And for this session, we will have a first keynote speech, and will be followed by a parallel presentation from the invited speakers. And we will start today's conference with the speech from the keynote speaker. That is Dr. Indra Darmawan from the Ministry of Investment. So glad that Dr. Indra Darmawan is already joining us today, and I would like to say hi to him first. Good morning, Dr. Indra Darmawan. How are you doing? Dr. Indra? Are you there? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Indra gained his master's degree from London School of Economic and Political Science, United Kingdom, and his doctoral degree from Flinders University, Australia. And at the moment, Dr. Indra Darmawan is a Deputy of Investment Planning at the Ministry of Investment. And this conference is a good opportunity for us to learn and get more insight from his, as Dr. Indra has long experience as a government official, especially in the subject of economic, business, and also investment. And now I would like to invite Dr. Indra Darmawan to share his knowledge and experience with us. Please welcome Dr. Indra Darmawan, and you have 25 minutes to deliver your presentation or speech until maybe 9:55. Please welcome Dr. Indra Darmawan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
Honorable Pak Rektor Universitas Brawijaya, Dean of Faculty of Administrative Sciences, Universitas Brawijaya, Chairperson of the 5th Annual International Conference on Business and Public Administration, Civitas Academica, dear all of the students. Once again, good morning to all of you. First of all, thank you for having me in this wonderful occasion, and greetings from the Minister of Investment, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, and he is very delighted to hear about this event, and he asked me to speak on his behalf. Ladies and gentlemen, the topics of this event is very strategic and very timely. As we all know, the COVID-19 pandemic has had an impact on both public health and economic conditions throughout the world. Indonesia's economic growth shrank by -2% in 2020, which resulted in inflation. And in the second quarter of 2022, economic grew by 5.44% year on year, which was already higher than the economic growth prior to the pandemic period. This shows a rebound. But nevertheless, uncertainties remain. We are not only reaching the new normal era, but we also entering the era of, like the Economist magazine once stated, that the era of predictable unpredictability. So it's very confusing terms, the era of predictable unpredictability. So most countries are now confronted with the issue of global economic uncertainty, which stalls the global economic recovery and generate concerns about the risk of a recession everywhere. In October this year, the IMF projected the world economy will slow down to the level of 2.9 and then down again to 2.7 in 2023. And several countries are showing signs of decreasing economic development in this year, which is expected to continue in 2023. So this era where volatility that contain pandemics, conflicts, and inflation might tempt some business leaders and government leaders to hunker down and play defense. But, crises create opportunity as well. So we need to always counsel leaders, be it in business and government, to act courageously, to become an effective organization in business and in government that thrive through deeper insight, bolder commitments, and quicker executions of their plan. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to get your attentions to the really important issue currently faced by all of us right now. There's an interesting survey by the McKinsey to around 800 CEO around the world. The survey asks, what is on your mind right now to those leaders? And it shows that the result is the rank number one on top of their mind is geopolitics, followed by inflation, and then followed by disruption of global value chains, followed by the war, and then pandemic. So geopolitics has been on top of their mind of those leaders around the world. So in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic, as economies reopens, real problems in the supply chain started to emerge. Geopolitics focuses on shifting balance and rising tensions among nations. So trade and investment map reflects far-reaching alteration in global supply and flows of commodities. It is not surprising that most of those CEO have geopolitics on top of their mind. And it is also important for us to talk about geopolitics to understand what is currently going on around us and why it has influenced our behavior. So uncertainties linger everywhere. We are now living in a world that is in danger of becoming more divided and polarized by the day. And this is a world which has a sharper sense of us and them. So the pandemic could have been used to intensify global cooperation. But surprisingly, that was not the case. The pandemic has not brought the world closer. More broadly, borders go up, nationalism and protectionism rise, and the generally free movement of people become less free. And we see international and regional cooperation has not become easier. And in many cases, many states have developed a greater sense of distrust towards certain others. This situation narrows down possible opportunities for solving problems that are free of certain interests. We see fanaticism and dogmas have become more commonplace. In some cases, to say even a good things about the other side is a political taboo. And in some conversation, they merely hear but do not listen. We see people tend to only want to hear what they believe. And intellectual debates often only fan the flames of discontent and distrust. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the kind of world we are living right now. It happens in almost every part of our daily life. Investment, the global investment climate, and their business practices are no exception. So the geopolitics influences the flow of capital and factors of production, changing the way supply chains flow and interact. This, in turn, will also affect how business and public administrations work. We will see a shift and changes in the practice of business and government. So, ladies and gentlemen, another challenge that we currently face immensely is our path to a decarbonized world. This also will affect how business and government works. Indonesia have target, have promises, have pledged together with almost 180 something countries that make a promise to reduce the emissions substantially. And this is only easier to say than done. Our target to reduce emissions is clear and surely tough. This also will create a new way of doing our way of life to be able to strike a balance between developing people, creating businesses that brings the benefits to society while doing no harms for the planet. So among many things, this is also will bring immense challenge to the business and public administration field. We need to further our effort to collaborate more to produce what this event called the Masyarakat Tangguh Pasca Pandemi melalui perbaikan ekonomi dan tata kelola pemerintahan. It is clear that in this slogan, the word resilience is the key word to navigate the uncertain future ahead. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope today's event will be able to discuss possible directions and discuss their consequences on how business and public policy develop. Hopefully, we can produce recommendations on how to become an effective organization through a deeper insight of what is going on, a bolder commitment of what we will do, and a quicker execution of our thought and our thinking. So enjoy the rest of the event. Thank you so much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Indra Darmawan, for the wonderful speech on the economic recovery in the pandemic aftermath, which is need deeper government focus within several challenges faced by a nation like geopolitics, inflation, and other challenges. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Indra Darmawan. And now we will move to the parallel session. And today we have three speakers. The first is Dr. Jibril Baje from University of Gambia, and then will be followed by a presentation by Dr. Sajal Somsaman from the CMO. And the last speaker will be Dr. Wika from University of Brawijaya, who will deliver a presentation respectively. And I would like to say hi to the speaker first. Good morning, Dr. Jibril. Are you with us now, Dr. Jibril? Good morning from Indonesia, Dr. Jibril. Still mute.
Morning, ma'am.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Alhamdulillah, I'm trying to be okay.
Okay, and then I will say hi to the next speaker, Dr. Somsaman. Good morning, Doctor.
Good morning, our MC. How's everything there in Indonesia?
Everything's good here.
All right.
We are so happy having you here.
Definitely, I'm happy to be here in the conference as well.
Okay. And then the last speaker is Dr. Wike. Hello, Dr. Wike. Are you there? It is, you still mute, Dr. Wike?
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam. Good morning,
Good
Dr.
morning.
Wike. So we
Morning,
already, okay, good morning. So we already have the speaker in this parallel session today, ready for presentation. And I would like to invite the first speaker, Dr. Jibril Baje from Gambia. But before it, I will read a very brief CV of Dr. Jibril. Dr. Jibril actually is an alumni or from University of Brawijaya, right? And welcome back to University of Brawijaya, Dr. Jibril.
Thank you. Thank you.
And now he is teaching in University of Gambia in Africa. And no need to wait any longer. I would like to invite Dr. Jibril to start the presentation. Time is yours, and you have time for the next 20 minutes, Dr. Jibril.
Okay, thank you very much, madam. Thank you. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me, ma'am?
Yes, we hear you clearly.
Okay,
Excellent.
thank you very much. I will start off by thanking the leadership and management of University of Brawijaya, then the leadership and management of FIA for organizing this important conference. And I'm also happy to be part of the history to contribute to the future international conference. And I believe the theme of this conference is fitting: to reshaping a resilient society post-pandemic through economic improvement and governance. Because the world has witnessed so much from the pandemic. We thought the pandemic is over. And before we get over with the pandemic, the Ukraine-Russia war, which is kind of put the world in a situation of uncertainty. So my focus obviously will be on governance. My focus will be on governance, how governance is shaped to define all of us to become individuals who will find value in what we do. Because when you look at the pandemic has caused a lot of disruption in the area of supply chain, and governance to play a role. When you look at the Ukraine-Russia war today also has caused a disruption in the supply chain, because they said Russia and Ukraine, they contribute a lot to the consumption of the world in terms of food and in terms of energy. So my area of concentration will be governance in the era of digitization and innovation. How does governance evolve to create value for every human being? So I will be looking at governance from three perspectives. Governance from the area of political power. We look at political administrative governance. We look at governance from the business power, we call it corporate power, whereby the economic value that is given to the human being to become better human beings. And we look at from the area of societal power. But the societal power, we call social power, will align more in the area of global governance. So political governance, corporate governance, and global governance, because we are in a world where everybody now is integrated. The COVID-19 affects every part of the world. Global Ukraine-Russia war create problems all over the world. So governance play a big role to make sure the world we live in become a fitting place for everybody to create value for themselves. Okay. So the objective of my presentation, because I am coming from a different perspective. I'm from the academic background, but from the Gambia, it's a different perspective, a third world country in Africa. Obviously, everybody is affected, but the way we are affected also is not the same. So the key takeaway here, at the end of the day, I want every participant here today to go home with something that will add value today and tomorrow. Because all this presentation we are doing here now is to look at the situation today. How can we make it better for tomorrow to become better than today? That's the essence of most of what we do. What we preach, take note of today, yesterday, and today. How can it make tomorrow better than today? So that's my fifth takeaway today. So we say globalization is a living reality. It affects every part of the world, and that's true. Whatever happens in any part of the world, wherever you are affected. And technology is key. But what defines globalized governance is globalization and democratization. So because governance is a tool of democracy, that's we say. Governance is a tool of democracy. But what makes it fitting now to cut across the world is because globalization. Because the essence of globalization has created a global village where every individual can see and know what goes around in other part of the world, can feel the pain of other people in other part of the world. So as a result, we all become global citizens. So as a result of global citizens, we are all affected by the global governance through corporate governance business or through political power play. So technology is accelerated. We said governance changes occur through globalization and democracy, but technology accelerated the pace of governance across the world. What does it do? It kind of bridge the gap in terms of transportation and commerce, because good governance cannot go without transport, cannot go without business. So because it's the wall of supply chain, we have to create rules of governance that every player in the world has a role to play and can get something in return. So technology accelerated that pace of governance. So as I said, technological breakthroughs, people celebrate because technology has changed the world, yes. But some people also are sad because through technology, the issue of governance also can be constrained. Because what does it do? Technology has changes in 3 layers. Technology changes the structure of governance, it changes the process of governance, and the most important thing, technology changes the behavior of governance. Because why? Because certain tools of technology impact on your behavior in a way that your behavior will change for good or for bad. So it's important. Structure of governance has become linear because the structure of the governments have more become involved in the citizen, involve everybody. That's why I said technology has made it easy, accessible for every citizen of the world to be involved in governance. That's why it has changed the structure of governance. And technology also changed the process of governance. It makes it more efficient and effective, easy to access and easy to take part, and easier to be noticed as a citizen of the country, or as a citizen of corporate influence, or as a citizen of global influence. So these are the 3 key areas where technology changed governance in area of structure, become more linear, become more effective in terms of engaging and involving. The processes become more smooth, more effective, easy to access information, and the behavior has changed. So we have different definitions of governance because governance is multidimensional. Governance, we said it is multifaceted because the ideas of governance emerge from political administration, public admin. Those are the first domains of governance. But now governance is everywhere. That's why my focus of governance will be in 3 layers. We look at it from the political, corporate, public governance. We look at it from the corporate governance and from the global governance. So Lamo referred to governance as simply the act of governing. Lamo said the act of governing is related to what? Coordination, cooperation, and collaboration. Locally in your country, the administration and the public have to coordinate each other in a way that they cooperate and they collaborate on decision making. Because the key takeaway in governance is about collective decision making. Everyone will be involved in decisions that will affect your life either positively or negatively. That's the key in governance, collective decision making. So in that aspect, it takes both the area of formal interaction and the formal of interaction. So according to Lamo, the keys in governance is about coordination, cooperation, and collaboration. This is about collective decision making. Those who are given the mandate, the political authorities who are given the mandate, they have to collaborate and coordinate with the citizens to take part in decisions that will affect their lives. So for Kuhlman and others said, governance is the whole public as well as the private sector. So when it comes to governance, it kind of cuts as a bridge between the business or corporate governance and the public governance. In the answer, that bridge is to help the two powers, how do they play to serve the social power. The social power is the common people. The common people don't have power. But the essence of governance is to create institutions whereby this institution will play as a role that it will serve the common people. The current definition of governance is about the rules of collective decision making. As I said before, it's about plurality of decision making. In the context where the informal aspects are important. That's why when you are going to make decisions in governance, people should be involved in taking part decisions that will affect their life in a positive. So these are the three definitions I think will always help to define governance. So why governance matters? Governance is everywhere. Whether you know it or not, we are all affected by governance because we are all political beings. Every human being is an animal and every animal is a politician. So governance matters because we have three powers that need to be balanced. Political power, corporate power, and social power, they need to balance. When government should serve as a bridge to make sure these three powers are balanced. How does that happen? Create institutions. People will come and go, but when you create institutions that are firm, that are structural, even if people come and go, they will stay to serve the test of time. So a good governance, a best governance will create balance in political power, corporate power, and social power. The problems today caused by Ukraine and Russia affected the consumption rate of the world because political power has corrupted. The geopolitical power is affecting the whole world. Russia and Ukraine, they control the world in terms of food basket. Russia controls the world in terms of energy. So if there is disruption in that part, the whole world will suffer. So the key takeaway that is political power becomes so dominant that it affects the world. So the essence of good governance is to make sure all institutions are in place to serve the entirety of humanity. In a country, the separations of power are key in governance. The cabinet, the presidency, the judiciary, and they are all important. These are institutions that need to be built by a good governance to make sure they serve the test of time. Individuals will come and go, but institutions will serve the test of time. Why governance matter? Governance helps to translate policy into reality. That's the essence of governance. Make sure policy is transparent, it is accountable to the people, and it creates inclusivity, collectivity. And there is information and communication. Information access is easier, communication that is continuous and honest, and empower people. When people are empowered, the governance is to better their lives. When people are empowered, they don't need to cry, they don't need to feel the pain, because the essence of good governance is to create public value. Individuals whose lives are better, they are involved and engaged, they are empowered. So good governance creates community of people to become better. Why governance matters? Three levels of governance are important. Political governance created by political parties, or political parties, as I said, they will come and go. But when you create institutions of governance, whoever political party comes in, they will moderate them. Corporate governance, that's the business world. You have transnational corporations, you have businesses that are very powerful.
Dr. Jibril, your time left 5 minutes.
5 minutes, okay, okay.
Very fast.
So corporate governance is very important. And you have global governance, the United Nations. The United Nations is the most important body that makes sure it moderates the governance of all of the world. So these institutions are very important. So as I said, governance in technology create transparency. Technology, role of technology, create transparency, accountability, inclusivity, and representation, whereby people are empowered by governance. So why digital governance matter? Because digital governance create what they call, help to create public value. It makes sure individuals are involved, individuals have access to information, and individuals are involved in the governance issues. It's a very complex decision making. So we have needs of governance, create improvement in our governance. When you use technology, help governance and business to become better, efficient, to provide services. It helps improve socio-economic inclusiveness, So that's the essence of technology when you use technology. Benefit of digitalization, affordability without compromising quality, quality range of services, quality of service, and access to areas of different areas. So we move on to, so the benefits of technology for governance, serving broader public service. It creates service orientation in the public sector better. And in the business sector also, it helps in the area of creating profit for them. So we move to different types of private sector. When private sector are innovative, innovation helps private sector to cut costs, improve products, and develop competitive advantage. But in the public sector, innovation will help you to become more better in the way you serve your citizens in a way it is responsible by making sure that they are involved in whatever you do. So good governance obviously create avenue for people to be involved in different decisions that affect their lives. Innovations in product innovation, public service, or process, all which are important. In product innovation, become more better. In service innovation, become quicker, customer service, and in process innovation, more of inclusive. So we move to innovation. Let's move to the next level. Okay. So innovation in governance, what does that do? Innovation in governance, the quality of system-wide collection of data become accessible. Because governance, when it comes to public service, you collect a lot of data, a lot of information, and individuals who come to you use that information to make decisions that define their life. So innovation obviously makes it accessible for individuals to be informed or non-actors. Institutional requirements and standard of policy are accessible. Policy learning is become a capability, a reality, and participation become possible. Now, technology changes because dynamics of technology changes and affect the whole world. Create what? Interaction easier, because changes in the world become easier and every part of the world become easier. And that essence as a result become good governance, political power. Threats to good governance is political power, the rise of nationalism, and the strongman syndrome. If individuals become so powerful, they tend to trample upon institutions. As a result, it kills governance. People become destitute and the value is no more created for them. So on that note, I thank you and I wait to hear your questions and answers. Thank you very much, Madam.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Jibril Baje, for the very insightful knowledge that we can learn from you today. Particularly, the topic about the governance is very interesting. Yes. Okay, I would like to remind to all the participants that we will have a Q&A or discussion after the parallel presentation. And so if you have questions during the presentation, please write down your question in the chat box and I will deliver it to the speaker in the end of the parallel presentation. And now we will move to the next presentation that will be delivered by Dr. Kritsajaya Somsaman from CMU. Currently, Dr. Kritsajaya Somsaman is the director of the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization, or CIMEO. And it started yesterday, 1 November 2022. So congratulations, Dr. Somsaman, for your new position at CIMEO. And at this opportunity, Dr. Somsaman will share his expertise and experience with us, particularly in the education subject. Okay, please welcome Dr. Kritsajaya Somsaman, and you have time 20 minutes, similar with Dr. Jibril, and that will be 10 and 20.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much, Ms. Tree, for a very nice introduction. But well, let me correct that. I'm becoming a Center Director for STEM Education. I was previously the Deputy Director of CIMEO Secretariat. From yesterday, I was appointed from our CIMEO Council President to become the Center Director for STEM Education, which is based here in Bangkok, Thailand, which I would like to say good morning to you all from our headquarters in Bangkok, Thailand.
Morning.
Am I allowed to share my presentation? Because I cannot.
Yes, please.
Share the presentation. It's say that the host disabled participant screen sharing, so I may need special permission to share.
I'd
Nice.
like to ask the host to give permission or access for Dr. Samsaman, so
Okay,
he
all
can
right, got
share.
it. Okay, all right, got it. Now I'm sharing my presentation.
Yes.
All right. Well, like Dr. Grabil just mentioned about good governance, and I think CMO is one of the good example to show you about the regional collaboration in terms of education. So I would introduce you with our CMO and let you understand what CMO is. CMO is a regional intergovernmental organization. We have the member from 11 member countries. If you know ASEAN is 10 countries, and then we include Timor-Leste as our member countries in CMO. So CMO is focusing on the regional collaboration in education, science, and culture. So we are not only for education, but we are also for science and culture, which one of the center in the science agenda is the CMO STEM Ed, which I'm the director at this moment. And CMO to implement the regional collaboration on education. We have a different centers spreading across the region. We have 16 centers in education. We have 8 centers in science and 2 centers in culture. You can see that we have a lot of centers in Indonesia as well, which are focusing on every aspect of education from early childhood until the lifelong learning. Well, when talking about education and the collaboration, the world is looking at the sustainable development goal from UN, with its SDG number 4, which ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunity for all. Before the pandemic, everything is going very well and start to push and start to enhance the education in the world in a good way. But because of the pandemic, there's a lot of difficulty, and there are some evaluation that how the pandemic caused the trouble in education. So let's see, so we can evaluate. We can see how economic impact happened and how our organization, how the world, how United Nations, UNESCO is focusing to improve education in the world. So before the pandemic, you can see in the graph on the pink one, we can see that that's in 2010. The progress of the participation rate in organized learning of the primary school, the progress is about 36% in sub-Saharan Africa and in other part of the world. In summary, the world is at about 65% progress in terms of the education for the early age. And that in 2010. But in 2019, 10 years apart, with all the effort from all the part of the world, we bring up the quality of education into 73% worldwide. And looking at the secondary school completion rate, it has increased from 46% in 2010, and within 10 years, the world has been improved on secondary education into 53%. So that's a lot of difference that all the efforts in bringing education bring to the rest of the world of about from 46 to 53% and from 65% to 73%. But since the pandemic, there is a huge change, a lot of impact. So the world for the reading proficiency for grade 1 to 8, just only 1 year from 2019 to 2020, the percentage of the children whose proficiency in reading has reduced from 54.5 to 45.3, around 10% decrease because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. And we can say that our effort during the 10 years has been wiped out. And not only the effort of the 10 years, it's go back 10 more years. So COVID-19 has wiped out 20 years of education gains that we have been built up. So 101 million or 9% of students in grade 1 to 8 fell below minimum reading proficiency level in 2020. So what are the economic impact that's happened after the problem with education? They calculate that because of the school closure from COVID-19, which left 1 billion of students out of school, that means that will cause the student to lose $10 trillion in earning over their working life because they cannot produce, they cannot perform well in their working life. And not only for the economic impact, but the skill of people, which we need more people with more of the skill to grow up to work in the 21st century. 56 of all the children not be able to read or be proficient in mathematics by the time they complete primary education. So that would be a difficult for us, which we will need more people with proficiency to go through the VUCA world, the more complexity world in the next century. Well, not only that, but the problem which Dr. Grebel mentioned about the technology and innovation and connectivity, that's the problem of digital inclusion as well, that we broaden the digital divide broader. In the high-income country, percentage of people that the student with it's online is about 87%, but in low-income country, it's only 6%. Upper middle-income country is only 15%. So we have a broad range of different of the student who can have online access, can connect it to the world, can learn from all the resources in the world. There's a wider gap on that as well. So right now, from the attempt that I showed you earlier, right now the difficulty is we need more budget to increase on the education and the financing of education. The budget is necessary right now that it's about 29% financial gap that we need to complete to strengthen the education of the student. Well, in CMO, I'm saying that CMO is the regional organization which try to enhance the quality of education and strengthen the collaboration between our 11 member countries and beyond. We have our network of collaboration as well. Well, we studied the problem of education earlier in the CPLM 2019, and we are about to conduct another CPLM in 2023. So for CPLM, it's like we try to look at the problem, look at the cost of the problem in our regional to see what kind of improvement, what kind of policy that we need to implement. We need to introduce some policy, some mechanism, and the way that we would implement those kind of policy to tackle the problem that we face in each country. So in this in this graph, we can see that the percentage of the grade 5 student in reading in each country we conduct in Cambodia, Laos, PDR, Malaysia, Myanmar, Philippines, and Vietnam. And we can see that this is some kind of, if you can see this graph, the graph with it's more on the right hand side on the red, which means a lot of students are capable in the reading proficiency. So the more to the right hand side, it's the more student who have the proficiency in the high level. So and for example, Vietnam, you can see Vietnam has 82% of the student who is very capable in reading, and such also with Malaysia of 58%. But all the other students are in the lower level of proficiency. And the problem go much into our country, just like Lao PDR, with a lot of the students under the left side of the graph. This is the reading, but when look at it's the other band, other writing, other proficiency such as writing. Similarly, Vietnam has performed very well in terms of writing, but all the other countries are still very problematic onto the proficiency level. Look at mathematics as well. You can see that students from Vietnam has a lot of proficiency in mathematics, and the Malaysia Malaysia is also coming next with not very much on the high end, but on the average, Malaysia is also good in terms of the mathematics as well, while other countries and our CPLM test is not performing quite well. So what would happen after the COVID-19 pandemic? How the world will help our students to tackle all the difficulty and the loss of learning during the COVID-19 pandemic? So United Nations, UNESCO has proposed a lot of different ways. And the key issue, it's just like Dr. Grebels mentioned earlier, it's the collaborations, the coordination with all the agency, all the organization, all the people who it's linked with the education. And what UN have recommend, there are a whole lot of different issues which UN recommend in terms of improving the quality of education. These are the policy aspect which we look at together and analyze and synthesize all the information and see what is necessary in terms of launching those policy. Let all the countries take the policy recommendation and implement in their own countries. And one of the things that is very important is improve digital cooperation, which just like Dr. Greppel mentioned about innovation and technology and connectivity, these are the things that is the key. We need to improve. We need to connect people to the internet. Just like I showed you in the graph earlier, that there's still a lot of students in the low-income country which hasn't been connected to the internet. And that's a very wide gap of digital divide, because as you can connect to the internet, there's a lot of education material, a lot of the resource that you can access to help improve the education. And also boosting up the partnership. This is very important. As CMEO, we have 11 member countries, and we connect all the Minister of Education together so we can share information, share data, share our thought, share any insight, and share best practice of which country have been implemented which policy and which one has performed best in the environment. So all this good practice can be shared, can be understood, can be learned, and can be applied to the context of each countries in the region. And we also bring in perspective from out of the region as well. We have a lot of collaboration with Australia, New Zealand, Canada, British, England, and all other countries as well. So we can bring all the perspective, bring resource, bring all the people, which all the professional who can help us in terms of improving with all this connectivity with the partnerships. So partnerships, digital cooperation is very important. But the other key thing that I would like to emphasize is listen to and work with youth. The world is changing, and we cannot proceed to the world with the involvement of the youth, because of the world we are staying, the world that I'm living earlier, it's very vastly, hugely different from the world that I'm staying here today. And the future of the world belongs to the younger generation. So we need to listen to the need of the youth and work closely with the youth to ensure that they will learn, they will grow, they will develop the capability to be able to live and to survive and to prosper in the incoming world. Well, United Nations has been involved and been trying to reach out to the youth, the younger generation. So they bringing in the boy band from Korea. I forgot the name of the band. I'm sorry, to the UN General Assembly. So people, the younger generation can learn from the involvement of their favorite boy band, people that they follow, and they can understand, they can learn more of what the attempt of the world collaboration would be. And I would like to give another example of
Excuse me.
I'll wrap up in 2 minutes.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 minutes.
I'm taking
Thank
that
you.
into time as well. All right. So the quick example is from Singapore. Singapore, we know that Singapore is very well in terms of the education for their students, but they still keep improving their concept of education. And right now, Singapore is focused on lifelong learning or learning for life agenda. They are refreshing their curriculum, and the key thing is teaching people to learn. So it's not teaching contents anymore, but teaching people how to learn, how to gather knowledge, how to improve themselves, because we don't know what the job of the future would be. So you need to be ready to learn. So university education is not enough. You cannot just complete the degree in university and go out to the world of work and then you can continue. You cannot do that anymore. You need to learn and to learn to improve yourself, to develop yourself throughout your life. That's the Learning for Life agenda from Singapore. So I would like to end my presentation here and just wrap up that the important is the collaborations that we can learn from each other and the lessen the gap of the digital divide that happened. And then we need to listen and we need to involve the youth in terms of our policy and all the activities that we need to enhance the education of the student. Thank you so much. I'll end my presentation here.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Samsan, for the very insightful presentation. And I don't need to repeat the substance because you already wrap up in the end of your presentation, right? And okay, now is the time for the last presentation from Dr. Wike. And Dr. Wike is a senior lecturer in the Public Administration Department, University of Brawijaya. So I think some of you already knew her well. Dr. Wike finished her doctoral degree at the University of Canberra, Australia, and during her time working as lecturer in the University of Brawijaya, she has done various research in the gender studies area, such as gender equality and also gender and development, as well as teaching in these topics. Okay, and now I would like to invite Dr. Wike to start the presentation. As familiar with the previous presentation, you have only 20 minutes time. And you can end your presentation at 10:40.
Okay, thank you, moderator Ibu Dr. Triyumarni for introducing me. And Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Indonesia and in Ghana, maybe still morning or still a night?
Gambia.
Gambia, sorry, Gambia, Dr. Gabriel Beji. Yes, thank you also for having me as a speaker in the plenary session on this conference. And I will, hang on, I will share screen. Okay. It is appear on screen already, Butri?
Yes, it's clear. Yeah, I can see.
Okay, thank you so much. So today I will discussing a little bit more different with the previous speaker because my presentation more little bit focusing on the base of the doctor I don't know, from Gambia, say there is more social power, and this is more based on the role of community during the COVID. So the title is Community Reshape Itself During COVID-19 from the two perspective, volunteerism and resilience. Okay. It's not working. I don't know how to. So I use the mouse now. Okay, so there are couple things I have to discuss from the outline of this presentation. I will little bit discussing about what is the COVID is and who are the impacted from the COVID and what the problems. There are many issues from social, health, education, and more. And what's the surviving and the thriving from the COVID pandemic, and how communities reshape the situation under the outbreak. I can discuss from two things, volunteerism and resilience. And in the end, I will go to recommendation from perspective community react to COVID. And everybody already know about COVID is and understood. It might start since the outbreaks came from Wuhan in December 2019, and since that the COVID-19 pandemic has impacted to the social and economic well-being of people. Either they live in rural or urban. So this is not happening in Indonesia, but also across the world experience the same condition as Indonesia did. And the outbreak, COVID-19 outbreak has many consequences, and some other countries applied some policies, social distancing, restricted traveling, restriction on activities in public place. Tourism drops because restricted traveling and activities in public space places. So tourism can go to drop, and mandate makes use and more. And also the lockdown, everyone has the lockdown policy. The lockdown measure initiated by many countries in response to COVID-19 outbreaks appear to have contributed to income loss and food insecurity, reduced access to health services, and then also exacerbating the vulnerability of people living in certain area, in town, in rural, in the countries. So I think Indonesian government based those has already mandated vaccine jabs to be administered, and almost 280 million doses in October 2021, Indonesian government has been administered the vaccine. And then the consequences COVID also impacted on the health aspect, particularly about the health professional. Many loss of many health professional due to contaminated by the patient when they care the patient in the hospital. And then those problems created communities suffering. So who are they impacted by the COVID pandemic? Not only communities in particularly, but also individuals, women, children, persons with disability, and also affected employment forces coming to down. We can, sorry. And then also the outbreaks impacted on many issues, in social, economic, education, and health, also from the gender issue. As Professor from CMO said, there are many impacted on education. So I can identify first from social perspective, giving some example on any consequences when the outbreaks coming down. Many households receive a combination of cash and in-kind assistance. Indonesia government has helped the community by giving cash and in-kind assistance. And also household use the assistance from the government to buy grocery and fulfill daily needs, utilities, and perhaps buy mobile credit or internet. And many households have that were previously economically secure in the middle of the income distribution have either become poor or are at a risk of becoming poor in terms of earning income. And from economic aspect, Indonesia economic growth has decreased to a minus position in 2020, 2.07%. And there are many impacted on employment forces. There are the wave of layoff. It means it's kind of termination of employment in Indonesian. We can say PHK leads to increasing in the number of unemployment and poverty rate. So how about from education perspective? Many parents reported that they had insufficient time or lack capacity to support their children in learning from home. That's why many children missing out the education. And also access to reliable internet is a major obstacle to children learning from home successfully. Also school closure and social isolation from peers was distress for children. So many children, it should be sitting in the classroom due to the restricted policy. So they will go back to home to study, maybe not with the capacity person to teach. So many student has a little bit no more knowledge in terms of getting access in the in education services. And in terms of health aspect, household with children are accessing fewer health service. One main reason is the fear from the parents catching COVID-19. So more than 1 in 10 of households with children under 5 say they had not taken their children to immunization clinic since April 2020. Lack of health facilities to support people in need, and also increased price on medicine because people getting to buy medicine in pharmaceuticals, creating increased price on the medicine bills for every household. Also, almost 220 million doses since October 2021, and almost 100 million Indonesians have been vaccinated by vaccine jabs. And from gender perspective, mother was taking the lead in supporting children with homeschooling, comparing with 22% of households who said it was the father. So that's why mother, women got double burden in terms of that, and increases violence against women and children. And also women-headed households did not have savings than men because there are many lack of employment among women. So from situation as creating the surviving and the thriving, such as learning new skill, especially how they use technology to help in share knowledge, and stuck at home, taking classes online, some benefit, but some other distress, particularly students studying in vocational or working at labs. They cannot use those at home, and it should be students studying in the classroom with the teacher assisting nearby, so it will no benefit for the student. So increasing the supply of medical devices, personal protection, oxygen, and medicine is thriving from this situation. And also in terms of health, assisting health service, increasing the role of primary health care to strengthen case tracing in the community. And the other is there are food insecurity for every household, but this is more enormous because there are many ideas to plant many food in the backyard. So that's is good for a community. So those situations can be learned from the way communities react or recept. That's why I can look on two. First is particularly on the volunteerism, namely volunteerism. What is the volunteerism? Volunteerism is a commitment to dedicate time, energy for the benefit of society and community or individual outside the family. And the action is chosen freely and as an option without regard to financial gain. So the motive do by the person freely to be a volunteer is not because get the financial in return. And also this volunteering becomes a social capital in the society, particularly in Indonesia, and show how social relations are formed in Indonesian society. And volunteerism being the basis of community resilience in the crisis, including in the COVID-19 pandemic. Some research show that volunteerism is a social capital to achieve co-production in public service. But during COVID period, some research more focusing on how volunteerism deal with impacted community. So volunteering is an aspect of showing that democracy encourages the involvement of civil society to be involved in handling crisis condition. And when volunteerism will be work, when government has many priorities to deal with many aspects of impacted COVID, so community can take over the function of government to provide some service in need. I could not say that the government doesn't fail in terms of handling the problem, but government has many priorities because the crisis period. And also volunteering in the COVID-19 pandemic provides a great benefit for the community and the government. The benefit to the community is the direct assistance received from community volunteers, particularly in Indonesia case, such as neighbor assisting, helping a neighbor by delivering food for those whom affected by COVID, and maybe help with the buying the medicine to the neighbor. Charitable, more do, and funeral care assisting. Some example, even some morgue. You know, morgue is what is it? Kamar mayat. Yeah, kamar mayat. Even some morgue were over capacity, as many deaths due to contaminated with COVID. So community have to train people to know how to care, how to procedure funeral care based on religious practicing and COVID protocols. And also there are many shared knowledge among community about how to use masks in the best way, how to clean, how to perform with the life healthy, and many more. And also there are door-to-door service. Sometimes in terms of education services, many students living in poor household, sometimes the parents they cannot provide with the internet, so teacher coming down to the house of the people to work together, to learn together, and also help students in university based on the experience by Brawijaya University. Student living around in a university, the university help with delivering food, delivering some utilities for students affected by COVID situation. And Indonesia has famously with the program Kampung Tangguh. And for the government, the benefit obtained is the production of public service.
Yeah, your time only left 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Putri. Thank you. For the government, the benefit obtained is the co-production of public services, so they can reach more people in need. Some example, it is more easy. It is more easy to do by communities in Indonesia because they used to practice some local values such as gotong royong, jogo tonggo. Gotong royong is one of the values that developed in Javanese society, which later spread to become a national value, where we help each other in joys and sorrows and work together for certain goals to be achieved. When, for example, when our neighbor is sick, then we have to help him or her get healthy again, even though this value is getting weaker. But when a pandemic occurs, this value becomes strong again, and harmony is associated as local wisdom. So therefore, based on those recommendations, those situations can reshape based on voluntarism and resilience. And recommendation can be reached in how to look at the paramount of voluntarism during COVID. Crisis volunteers are usually an ad hoc community, okay? And we talk specific organizational guidance. So we recommend guidance needs to support the volunteer works done well. And this could be in form of government regulation or government support on volunteer works. And the other recommendation is strengthen community net and mitigate community with education and share knowledge on crisis issue. Crisis issue not only about the COVID, but also disaster and many more form of crisis. And the last is building the capacity of community to crisis volunteer works, not in short term, but in long-term response to emergencies, disaster, and social-political crisis. So I think this is Ibu Dr. Tri Yumarmi. I will be happy to get some question or suggestion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Kina, for very insightful presentation that just you delivered. And it is very interesting talk actually. And because of the limited time of this season, now I will start straight to the discussion part with the participants or the audience. So if anyone of the audience have question, please raise your hand and you can ask to which speaker, to Dr. Jibril, Dr. Somsaman, or to Dr. Rika, please. Okay, while we wait okay. And there is one question from Trisetia Wijianti, and I would like to ask for opinions from all speakers according to many events that have occurred around the world in the last 2.5 years, especially with COVID-19, humanitarian issues, war, and else. How can countries restart their actions to achieve the SDGs for their people, and how can they learn to manage risk in the future? Okay, maybe the first one is for Dr. Jibril to respond to this question, please.
Okay. You see, the problems of this world can only be solved by taking a proactive role to make sure we have good governance. You see, if governance fails, everywhere fails. And especially when it comes to global governance, that's where you have the role of UN and other international agencies to make sure we have rules in place that will serve as role models for other countries to do. But as the world is changing because we have political power, protectionism are all factors. Because when COVID-19 came, COVID-19 was a national pandemic. The world acted as one to confront COVID-19, so to make sure it will not greatly affect all of us. But after the COVID-19, Russia-Ukraine war came in, which is more of a political oriented. And when we have political issues, it's very difficult to solve because it's very difficult for the world to act as one. And even at the United Nations, because there are a lot of hypocrisy that goes around in the United Nations in terms of rules are not fair in the way they are played in accordance to different contexts of countries, because you have countries who are powerful than others. But when we have a global governance mechanism, which everything is rule-based, obviously it will help to solve the problems of the world, because the issue of power is a problem. They say power corrupts, but if power corrupts now, what does power do? It destroys. Look at the lives of people who are being destroyed in Russia, Ukraine. It's not about money, because all this power is material. But if you value life, and we have a global central, a global power source that serves as a role model to make sure whatever we do is connected to better lives, not to destroy life. Obviously, we'll do better. So the only thing that can solve this world is for United Nations to reform in a way that serves as a role model to others, like G20. Indonesia is going to host the G20. G20 also is a global governance institution. So in that G20 also, the truth must be told, not about brushing out the truth. When it comes to lives, we don't have to have camps. When it comes to saving lives, properties, make sure food and provisions are catered for everybody, no camps. But the other problem is because people, there is a lot of hypocrisy in global governance. As a result, countries become isolated. Every country wants to do things to serve their own interests against the others. So the only thing we can solve problems of the world, we have a very good global governance maker. That has to start with United Nations reform first. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jibril. And now, Dr. Krista Chai Samsaman, please give your comment about this question.
Thank you so much, and that's a very interesting questions. And I would respond in terms of the domain of the education. And well, just mentioned that earlier, I just traveled to Europe, and everything is becoming just like normal. Nobody wear face mask anymore. We traveled as usual. So it seemed like the world right now, it's becoming the world that we get used to before the pandemic. But in terms of education, in the realm of education, there are things that we learn during the pandemic. We switched the mode of education into the virtual mode, and we now it's interesting that we try to implement remote learning for a long time, but it doesn't until the pandemic come that we jumped to accept that we learn a lot about how to learn using the virtual mode. So the world of education is shifting. We are not fixing with the classroom anymore. Education right now, our kids learn to use a lot of resources from different aspects from different world. So from different country, we have the same world. Okay, so right now we're becoming better in terms of getting our education out, seeking of the resource and using blended mode of learning. So with all those crises, we adapt, we developed, and we strengthen ourselves in terms of how we seek to develop our education. So the world after the pandemic for education, it seems to be brighter. But only that, just like Dr. Gabriel said, we need further collaboration, we need good governance, and we need technological advancement in terms of, and we need to link all the people. Some people is missing all those benefit of the technology. We need to bring them in so we can let them explore, let them utilize all the equipment, all the facility that we have. So I see the brighter future for the education, but we still need to work out more in terms of collaboration with all the country in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Wistache Samsaman. And the next is Dr. Vika to give your response, please.
Yes, thank you. This is a good question from Ibu Trisitya Wijayati. Thank you for that. Yes, we cannot deny that due to the COVID-19, more effect on many aspect of human being, more decrease on welfare among people and communities. So I think the achievement of SDGs mandated by UN and all countries in the world has been a little bit down because those situation. I have a little bit what is it? Maybe government, based on my presentation about the role of community to reshape and to handle the effect, the impact of
Dr. Wika, so you please.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm so sorry. Okay, so thank you. I repeat again. Okay, so thank you, Ibu Trisitia Wijayanti. Thank you for your question. This is a good question. And we cannot deny that there are many some what is it decrease on welfare among countries, among society, and among community. I think also there are downpouring about the mandated SDGs must be applied by every country. So I think based on my recommendation focusing on communities, I think the role of communities can be working together with the government to build up the downpouring the effect of COVID. And the second is maybe build regulation must be based on adaptation on how to handle the crisis situation, not only on the COVID, but on the disaster and maybe on war situation. I think that's it. I'm so sorry about that.
Thank you very much, Ibu Wika, for your response. And now we move to the next question. And this question is addressed to Dr. Jibril Baje. What do you think about global crisis, which is upcoming and economic view, and did we will get down or stronger more than pandemic impact? Please give your response, Dr. Jibril.
Thank you very much for that wonderful question. You know, the world is in crisis. Obviously, the climate change crisis is still on, whereby the whole world, in fact, there is a consensus on the world how to tackle climate change, because the biggest actors of China and America, they don't want to act as a team to make sure we combat climate change. And the effects of climate change is imminent. Every part of the world is feeling it. That's not correct. But the another crisis that is going to come, that's more economical oriented, is a chip war. The chips war, because chips is dominant at the heart of Taiwan. So the chip war is another anticipated war that is coming now between US and China, and it's half of economic value, because when it comes to manufacturing, the chip is central to most of the technological gadgets that are in play. So the next coming war, that is going to be economic value, is a chip war, and it's grooming, because the issue of China, Taiwan is a problem, and America's involvement also is a problem. So we are looking at this Russia-Ukraine war that is affecting the world, because as I said at the beginning, Ukraine and Russia, they control around the major part of the consumption of the world is controlled by them. When it comes to food basket, Ukraine and Russia contribute a lot to the food basket of the world. And when it comes to the oil, mineral, energy, Russia controls a lot. But when it comes to the chip, Taiwan, Korea, Japan, they control, and these are big allies of America. And now there is a war between China and America, because Trump started that one, and it's going to create another problem in the world. But what do we do? As I always said, if global governance fails, every other thing fails. But if global governance prevails, by making sure we work as a team to create institutions and structure a rule-based system whereby whatever we do, it laid out to that foundation. But it's because as a result now, we are not working as a team. Everyone is one to work on your own. I am a strong man. You know, the West are saying democracy versus autocracy. Autocracy versus, you know, it's not helping. We are all different in what we do. We have all different orientation to our governance. But what we agree on, we are all human beings. We have to create rules that create value for every human being. So the next crisis, as people are anticipating, is going to be the chip war, and it started now, because America is bringing back some of the manufacturing into America, because mostly American manufacturing was in Mexico. They moved to China because labor is cheap. Now they have trade war with China. They moved to Vietnam and part of Southeast Asia. And now the issue of the chip, even recently, the American Congress has passed a chip law whereby manufacturing have to go back to America. So we all have to be awakened, by the chip war, and it may affect every part of the world. Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful question.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Jibril. And this is the last question from Hanifa Benu Nur. And this question is addressed to Mr. Samsamat. Did CIMEO have a program or curriculum plan about education support with digitalization, but friendly for students from bottom line society? So for the poor, please give your response, with Sajai Samsamat.
Thank you so much, Hanifa. I'm really glad that you asked this question because I didn't have a chance to present what CIMEO has offer to all the education community. Well, we have a lot of program and projects which support all the education development. Well, basically, like I mentioned earlier, CIMEO has 26 centers across the region, and each center has its own different program that fit with the need of the particular countries. So we have some center in Malaysia, which taking care of the disabled students, which they offer some course that assist teacher or educator to learn about how to deal with children with disability. And also with CIMEO also have the program that assist students in the border school. There are some countries which have the adjacent border, and some of the problem with the economic of the border area, the poor student. We have some program that assist the school in the border area to connect with all the world on the internet and provided resources for them to connect and provide education of the teacher, so strengthen the capacity of the teacher in that area. And well, particularly, we also developed some coursework, online coursework, which is very easy to access. You can access through the internet, or you can download the course and study, or in person without the internet. That's the which help to improve the digital literacy, know how to handle different kind of situation during the crisis. Or you can develop also teaching about the mental and psychological handling of the student, all the other aspects which will be available. You can check out our CIMEO website, worldwideweb.cimeo.org, and there are also a lot of program and linkage to all the 26 centers, which has different programs that fit the need of each country, and you can join CIMEO network to receive the news and information, and you can contact us via that website, or you can particularly find CIMEO STEM at, and then contact us if you need any assistance on the problem-based learning, project-based learning, and the professional learning community, which we are STEM at trying to develop, and also the 21st century skill developments, which we have a lot of different programs to help in that area. I hope that's as a help. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Samsaman. So anyone who wants to know more about CIMEO can visit its website, right, and contact for more information if needed. Okay, now we are in the end of the session because committee asked me to finish the session before 11 or at 11 o'clock. So I would like to say thank you very much for all the speakers for the wonderful presentation, and also for the great response to all the questions today. Okay, I will back to the committee and the MC. Thank you very much again.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
And I hope we can meet again in the next opportunity in the future, yeah, for sharing on the knowledge and your experience. And also thank you very much for all the attention from the participants and the audience. Okay, we back to the committee and the MC. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, moderator. Now, to the most awaiting section of our event today, the main conference of AICOBPA 2022. I know that we're all excited for the main thing, but since it's almost time for the Zuhur prayer time, we'll hold an approximately 40-minute breaks up until 1 p.m.
Nah, ini aku di ruangan Pak Heru. Pak Heru Susilo. Aku di ruangan. Aku di ruangan. Lantai songo. Lantai songo. Ditunggu. Nah, ini diklik ini. Choose virtual background. Terus plus. Nah, lokasinya di desktop. Namanya apa tadi?
Di anu aja.
Oh, ini.
Belum screenshot ya? Bukan. Iya, Mas.
Transform.